can't trap any willies tonight. We all gotta go to Silent Hilly.
Yeah. Yeah, it's one of those nights. Oh, so last time we got ourselves into the hotel. There's aspects of this hotel that I think are at least inspired by The Shining. You know, probably the Kubrick version.
Okay, one more. Fun is good, but Isadora Bibble Limes Notters.
Untrue. But thank you. Heck. Oh, you know what else is kind of interesting? Is if we go into our inventory and look at the letter from Mary, there's nothing written on the stationery. So that's cool. That's a change that happens as soon as you enter the hotel. And I like it. That's one of my favorite moments in the game. It's really cool. I feel like people know about that one, but it's like it's pretty neat. Is the letter a manifestation? Probably. Probably. Later it changes more. Yep. It sure do.
Lucky Bun Buns.
Spaghetto. Thank you so much for the 39 months. Oh my goodness. Welcome back to the Court of Hearts, Your Majesty. Those subs and tips help so much.
I have this brainworm demanding I make this TTS. James Sue Wonderland.
Wonderland. Ah, right. The briefcase. Blum. Could the phone line possibly be cut? Who'd this guy? Who do you think this guy? Why is this picture in the coat room? Oh my god, they're giving me so much ammo. Founder of the hotel, probably? Probably. Seems like the kind of thing that would make sense. Now, if I'm not mistaken, there's some interesting stuff in this room. There's a book open on top of the desk. It looks like a medical book. I've already read enough medical books. None of them ever did any good. Jeez. Damn, James. Does his own research on Facebook. On Facebook boomer memes. Oh, so James is an anti-vaxxer, just like how Guy Seehee is a 5G truther. Yeah. Gross. Let's see. That's the reading room. Is he gonna try to heal Mary himself? Probably just trying to understand her condition, sort of a thing. Like, I get that. I definitely have breast cancer. No, that's not this game. This is Silent Hill 2, not The Room. The Room is Silent Hill 4. James Sunderland, Tommy Wiseau. I think they should just let Tommy Wiseau direct the next Silent Hill movie. Fucking cowards. Do it.
The Rumo High Bun.
Did y'all hear that? Huh. Huh. That was disturbing. James Sunderland is the guy in this game, not the guy that ripped up a bunch of LGBT creators. Yeah, correct. I missed it. Can we do it again? Yes. Hmm. Let's see. You have to go and pick up all this stuff again, though. You know, now would be a good time for any last minute questions on Silent Hill 2. We've got some downtime before the end of the game.
I did not eat the pizza. It's not true. It's bullshit. I did not eat it. I did not.
I did
Oh,
not.
hi, James.
Oh, hi, James. The hell happened to Laura? We will see her again momentarily. When do they what? All right, everybody shush.
James.
Yeah, that's weird.
Fart.
Good. No, I'm glad. Hmm. Yeah, I think that was Mary's voice. I'm not sure we've heard Mary's voice in this game, though. This hotel has a lot of shit in it. Yeah. Yeah, sure do.
Soban is pyramided the representation of the co-min executives who wanted to exploit the town's power to birth a basic god of capitalism.
If I say yes, will you never bring it up again? Yes. Yeah, absolutely. Fimshki. An empty plate, a knife, and a fork. That's all. Nothing much of interest. So the town is still doing supernatural shit because it was corrupted. Do you think it keeps doing that past this game, or does something happen that fixes it? I personally think it probably keeps going. I don't think that there's anything in these games that imply that it's fixed. I'm not actually sure how you would go about fixing it. Or how someone would find out that it needs to be fixed. That said, if they wanted to make a game where that's not the case, that's fine. They would just need to, like, have a little bit of an explanation for why that is. Or just leave it kind of vague. That's fine. You know, either or. Yeah, you could maybe argue after 3 it's fixed. 4 doesn't really have anything to do with the town of Silent Hill. You don't even, like, go there, so... Damn Super Mario piano.
Did I scare you?
Yeah, you did.
You're here to find Mary, aren't you, James? Well, have you?
No. Is that why you're here too?
She's here, isn't she? If you know where she is, tell me. I'm tired of walking.
Always remember to
I
get
wish
your
I
towns
knew.
fixed before they
But she
start
said it in
spawning
her
nightmare
letter.
escape.
What letter?
Wanna read it?
It's okay, Rabbit.
But don't tell Rachel, okay?
Who's Rachel?
She was our nurse. I took it from her locker.
Who's Rachel? James's reaction to "Don't tell Rachel" is so fucking fun. I agree. Rachel's only mentioned again in 4, is she? I don't actually remember that. Huh. That might be right. I don't remember that happening, though. Never even watched Friends. My dearest Laura, I'm leaving this letter with Rachel to give to you after I'm gone. Rachel lives in Ashfield Apartments too? Oh, okay. Huh. I don't know if I ever put that together. Interesting. I'm far away now, in a quiet, beautiful place. Please forgive me for not saying goodbye before I left. Be well, Laura. Don't be too hard on the sisters. And Laura, about James. I know you hate him because you think he isn't nice to me, but please give him a chance. It's true he may be a little surly sometimes, and he doesn't laugh much, but underneath, he's really a sweet person. Laura, I love you like my very own daughter. If things had worked out differently, I was hoping to adopt you. Happy 8th birthday, Laura. I've heard people speculate that Laura might also be a James manifestation, and I don't think that really makes sense. Like, she interacts with other people, and she knows people James doesn't, like Rachel. Yeah. Now that is not necessarily proof. Because both of those things are things that manifestations could do. But here's a couple of things. One of which is that Laura is around pretty often in places where James isn't. So, like, Maria could probably interact with other people if she wanted to, but only if James was in close enough proximity that she would be, like, manifested. As with Laura, she, like, spends a lot of time with Eddie, when James isn't around. Which, you know, kind of has that. And we have some more reasons to know that Laura is real, but yeah, she's real. Like, yeah. I dislike Laura a little. I don't. But I can see where that dislike comes from, because she's nothing but hostile towards James. The thing is that, like, James sucks, though. Like, I'm a little harsh on James. James is an alright guy. But, like, you know, he also kind of sucks. So... she's got reasons to pick on him. Your friend forever, Mary. She is also hostile towards Eddie. But he's also terrible, so... Does Laura know that James sucks? So this letter right here implies that she thinks... like, at least Mary knows that Laura doesn't like James. And that's probably because James either stopped visiting Mary or just didn't treat her very well when he went and saw her at the hospital.
Light guy. How? He gaslight the player into thinking he totally didn't kill his wife. Big little.
Yeah.
Laura, how old are you?
I turned 8 last week.
So, Mary couldn't have died 3 years ago. Could she really be here? Is this the quiet, beautiful place she was talking about?
Me and Mary talked a lot about Silent Hill. She even showed me all her pictures. She really wanted to come back. That's why I'm here. Maybe you'll get it if you see the other letter. The one Mary... Huh? I must have dropped it.
Laura!
I gotta find it.
Laura!
Okay. 2 things. Door didn't open. I need to change the cutscenes so they're 4x3 again. That's supposed to be off camera. The enhanced edition defaults to 16:9 on the cutscenes, which causes the models to act weird when they get towards the corners of the screen. So, 2 things. One of which is, okay. The 2 things I like about this are, 1, that as soon as we get to the hotel, James can see that his letter from Mary is blank, that it is becoming less real. But the letter that we get from Laura is still entirely legible, which implies to me that Laura's memory of Mary is more reliable than James's. It is more real than his. And this is James starting to come to terms with that. For now, yes. That's 1. 2, why does James think that Mary died 3 years ago? I do have an answer to that. Or her version of Silent Hill isn't breaking down like James's is. I don't think she has a version of Silent Hill. I don't think the town is manifesting anything around her. Or that the spiritual power is. Is that when she got sick? I believe that's the implication, yeah. I believe it's implied that 3 years ago is when Mary was hospitalized. And James, in his mind, has conflated that with her death. It's literally stated at the Maria ending. Yeah. Yeah, after the diagnosis, he basically considered her dead. So it was easy for him to, when he arrives in Silent Hill, for his mind to make that leap that Mary died 3 years ago instead of, much, much more recently. Hi, Ash. How are you? I don't think he considered her dead then, but rather retroactively. Yeah, I'm sure I'm sure in part of his mind he did. But it wasn't like a conscious thought. Yeah. So this is where we learn that Mary did not die 3 years ago. That's what's happening in the game. I wonder which ending you'll get. I don't. I know which one. I've pretty much guaranteed myself an ending. 312, and we got the fish key. Love a fish key. Is there a femboy ending? There's not. Sorry. The shoes ending, where James goes out and buys a snazzy new pair of shoes. Interesting. Now, why do you think there are abstract daddies in this hallway? Oh, true, Sparkle. I do know which ending I'm going to be getting, though. By the way, have you noticed how many of the enemies in this game tend to try and asphyxiate James? Asphyxiate him? The things that are hanging from the ceiling try to grab us by the neck from their feet. The lying bodies tend to spit like poison at us. There's a lot of the enemies that wind up trying to choke James in different ways. It's a theme happening. Because he pillowed Mary. That would be the implication, yeah. Where's that Fimsh key go? Ow. Also the noose scene. Also the noose scene. Where's the Fimsh key go? That's right. The square hole. I curse you, thinner. That's a Stephen King story, isn't it? I don't think this is a Stephen King reference. I think it's paint thinner.
And which hole does the triangle go into? That's right, the silent hole.
Silent hole. What's a thinner? Paint thinner is like a paint remover. But there's a Stephen King story called Thinner. Which, if I remember correctly, unfortunately uses some unfortunate language regarding Romani character. These fucking things. They're so abstract. These daddies are too abstract. There was a weird story. It sure is, yeah. It sure is. Don't wake abstract daddy. Purposefully letting enemies smack grab you, or that's just me. I'm not doing it on purpose, I'm just bad at this game. Also, the shotgun's very slow. I could probably just switch to the handgun and be doing better. Hell yeah, being bad at video games. Concrete daddies. Brutalist daddies. I suppose we could. Where do we use our Fimsh key? It's back downstairs. Abstract Daddy is what Jackson Pollock's Tumblr fandom call him. Oh, don't manifest that into the world, please. Nah. Smack you, then you attacked. Okay, in my defense, in order to use the shotgun, like, I will walk forward and use the shotgun. There's like a delay where you stop moving and then fire. It's, I don't know. In my defense. Darn. I cannot remember where the Finch key goes. Oh, this is just... okay. We are off the map. Bar Venus Tears. Cloakroom. Oh, right. That's right. We just use it to open up the briefcase. Now look what you've done. It's got anxiety. It's got trauma. Yeah, we have the guest map. We use a key to get another key. What is this? Arise? It's keys all the way down. Who keeps nothing but a key in their briefcase? Surely a pocket would have sufficed. Oh, that key's big. The employee elevator key. There's nothing interesting written in the memo book. Do you think that's one of the memo books from Silent Hill 1? Like one of the save points? Harry never made it over to, like, this side of the lake, so... Wouldn't have left anything over here, but... Photos are scattered all over the bed. What's this? No visit to San Francisco is complete without seeing the cow. Ooh. Is that true? Does San Francisco have the cow? All caps? Want to see the cow? I also want to see the cow. Alright, so we use the paint thinner to remove the... Oh. Hey, that's me. Okay. To remove the marks from this. I feel like paint thinner would also remove the fixer from that photo, though. Don't you? Gleeky butt. Actually, speaking of which, my cat, so I used, okay, before Rocky, my cat used to, his favorite thing was licking photographs. He would lick all of the picture off a photo. And I don't know. I don't think that's healthy. Like, they can't be healthy, but like get stupid. No. He was really, really smart, but like, I don't know. I don't know why. Craves that mineral, that fixer, yeah. I don't know if y'all have ever like been in a dark room or developed photographs, but like you've got developer and fixer and then a bath, and fixer is one of the worst smelling fluids I have ever been around in my entire life. It's awful. Oh, it's fucking nasty, yeah. And like, it is so difficult to get out of anything. Ugh. Coal tar? I have not smelled that. I'll have to take your word for it. Look, love. So there are several different words that this can choose. There are a number of 4-letter words that can show up as a solution to this puzzle. And it's random every time you play it. Hi, Phoenix. How are you? Vor? I don't think Vor is one of them. Can it choose fuck? No, I don't believe so. I'm sorry. Is lost one of them? That's a good question. That one I don't know, actually. Maybe? Is this loss? No, I know everybody. I know Lost mentioned, but like I do think loss is one that can be the word there. I think. I don't have a full list of the words that it can choose. 312. Oh, the employee elevator key. Right. Okay. So we got the Little Mermaid music box, and we have the Cinderella music box. And now I need to find a way to get to the employee elevator, and I think it's in the basement. I think it's that one. Dam is on the list I found. Interesting. Can't use that here. Okay. I guess I can't use that here. It just doesn't want me to use this elevator. It must be the other one. Scale on these stairs is wild. Yeah? I suppose so.
Damn, that's a cold ass honky.
Yeah. It's not behind reception. Maybe that one on the second floor. The true honk, le chonk. I think the last time I played this, it gave me null. There we go. To the employee elevator. Oh man, I love having so many items and the fact that like, you've got an infinite carrying capacity in this game. Oh, it's great. It's so good. Weight allowance, 1 person. Cool. I feel like are people familiar with elevators with weight allowances? Like nowadays? Like I feel like nowadays a lot of elevators are... Okay, we are? Okay, good. Because I see people get stuck on this a lot, because they're like, what is the alarm for? That's all elevators? All elevators have a weight allowance. I do think they're incredibly tolerant these days, though. The weight allowance on this thing is crazy. It's like one person in their clothes and that's it. Well, yeah. I mean, we are carrying the great knife. Like, I could imagine that this would probably set the thing off. But, like, this is an employee elevator. Like, you're probably moving, like, cleaning carts and stuff. So... I think it would be... The allowance would have to be pretty high. Like, relatively. That said, this is being affected by James's own memories. And... the shelf is empty. It looks like I could store my stuff here. So we need to put things on the shelf.
Fun thing to do in an elevator. Get in, and stand with your back to the door. See how quickly things become uncomfortable.
Mm-hmm. Interesting. So you can only continue alone and leaving things behind. Yes. There are certain things that you can bring with you, and I don't remember what they are. Do you need to store the non-weapon items? Yes. I'm going to do a little bit of testing right quick. Just to see. All I've got is pieces of paper now. Extremely loud, overweight buzzer. All right, Laura's letter? Okay, so the things that we can bring with us are the letter from Mary and the photo of Mary. Interesting. They were really creeped out at first by the elevator because he read one person and thought, is there someone else in the elevator? That's entirely possible. Yeah, the two items we started the game with, and ones that, well, given that this has become blank, might or might not exist outside of James's ability to manifest things. Or, I guess not ability, the town's ability to manifest things for James. So what's interesting about this, I think, is that I don't know if this is a discussion of physical weight. I don't know if the physical weight of the objects matters that much, given that, like, it's a piece of paper that makes the difference between being able to ride this elevator and not. It's a moment where James is losing emotional weight, right? Dropping baggage. But it also leaves him vulnerable, right? There's all these things that we've been picking up in order to defend ourselves, in order to keep ourselves safe or healthy. Our flashlight, our radio, our weapons, our healing items, you know? And without them, we feel quite vulnerable. But I guess if we want to, we can bring Mary with us. Ah, here's the employee map. Okay. Oh, that's much better. And at least this area here is nice and well lit. For now. Ah. Forgot that videotape we made. There's a can opener beneath the videotape. Walking away from the safe makes the camera go very Dutch. For a second there. Why is there a can opener in a safe? That's just funny to me. Wait until you see what we do with it. This is one of my favorite puzzles in the game. I love this one. Be a dick move and possibly confusing to players if they just dropped you into darkness right after making you leave your flashlight. Funny you should say that. Oh, rifle shells. Oh, those will be perfect for the rifle I have. There's a schedule book here. The date is from 1 year ago. Dem shutters is closed. Did see the main trilogy and Downpour. Didn't see any other games? Okay. I really like 4. I think 4 is great. Would you play Silent Hill 2 under those conditions? Oh, like Lifeline? If I had to talk to James? Yeah, I think I probably would. There are apples and pumpkins here. There are tea bags and cookies here. They're all past their expiration dates. Juice cans are lined up here. There's no reason to carry these with me. There's nothing here, but the whole thing smells vaguely moldy. Tea takes forever to expire too. It's dried leaves, yeah. Though everything in here is a little bit damp, so I think that would do a number on anything in a dry pantry. I wonder, does the elevator let me ride it again? No, I'm stuck here. Okay. Reap what you've sown, James. Come on, do it. Goodness. Who's Maria? Maria Robotnik, the daughter of Gerald Robotnik. I think she's Ivo Robotnik's niece. And she was friends with Shadow the Hedgehog. when he was on the Ark colony. Yeah. You know the one. Not niece, cousin. I'm sorry, yes. Don't make me end the stream. Ow. So, what's interesting about this area of the game is that without your flashlight, enemies do become a lot less aggressive. At least immediately. So you are somewhat protected in this area, in that, like, it makes it easier to run by a lot of these guys. Ooh, bar key. I think, if I'm not mistaken, this boiler is also another Shining reference. The boiler and its explosion and the resulting fire that burns down the hotel is like a big part of that book and movie, I think. I think that's also where the idea that the hotel burned down, or at least there was a fire in the hotel, came from. It's also an SH1 callback. Yeah, because the boiler in the school. Empty wine bottle. Try the wine. What do the legs make a sound with? That's a great question. The answer is with gumption. The refrigerator door seems broken. I can't get it open. There's a big giant can here, though. Like a huge can. God, I love this can. This is one of my favorites. Oh, now we can use the can opener to open this can. That seems normal. Light bulbs! A can full of light bulbs! Yeah.
That's one chunky soup, alright.
It is. 40 watts worth. There's light bulbs in the can, ... Well, at least they're fresh. How do you think light bulbs are packaged, Japan? This seems like the kind of thing Canada would do. Putting milk in bags, light bulbs in cans. This game has left me speechless. I love the can full of light bulbs. I think it's ridiculous. But I love it. Do I know why there's light bulbs in that can? No. No, I do not. Unfortunately, that's one of the mysteries of Silent Hill that I just do not have an answer for. I'm sorry. I tried to use the bar key, but it's too dark to find the keyhole.
Excuse me, Bun, why the sudden attack on Canada, eh? You wanna have a hockey fight about it? Themes, fight, and words.
Okay, I apologize. And in the language of your people, I am sorry, okay? I didn't mean it.
It's a metaphor. For Mary is small, like Ken with bulbs.
Water under the bridge there, bud. I am sorry. There's no light bulb, so I can't turn it on. Okay, so we have to use the light bulb in order to illuminate the door so that we can find the keyhole so that we can exit. This is kind of an esoteric puzzle. This one's a bit weird, isn't it? I think in the original that whole area was a lot darker. It is too dark to read the map. Yeah, that whole area down there where you can't even use your map unless you're in a lit room and everything is like kind of a lot. I do like that the absurdity of the candle light bulbs isn't missable. Oh, yeah, no. That's pretty necessary. Ah! Mannequins. Okay, and then we can take all our items back. I'm gonna equip that. And now we've got the Little Mermaid, Cinderella, and Snow White. Getting slightly enamored with the legs. I do like the leggies. Do you know about the Easter egg back in the break room when you get your flashlight back? I don't think so. Break room. Are we thinking employee lounge? I can go check that out.
Dahlia Gillespie created James to find a cure for Maria, but the prototype she created first was the incubator. Dr. Hoffman foolishly powers up Silent Hill with the power of a Gleiphotis, which causes the incubator to become Incubus. That's when Harry and James use a Gleiphotis to power up and stop Incubus from crashing Silent Hill into the planet.
Correct. Using the power of the Chaos Emeralds. As was foretold by Gyromancy. Yeah. I do like that those mannequins we ran past are gone now.
They got the Chaos Emeralds from the depths of the coal mine.
God damn it. I found out what gyromancy is and it's really silly. It's pretty silly.
Remove the gel garden in this version.
It is pretty silly. You make a circle of letters or words and then you spin around really fast. Kind of fall on stuff. Lig. Zoom. Thank you so much for the gift sub. Oh my goodness.
Zumba Fitness _7 gifted a tier 1 sub to Pepino _spaghetti. They have given 10 gift subs in the channel.
Thank you. Oh, there's a heater here. On the back in small letters it says, "I'm Johnny, one hot guy." Right. Okay. Right. What was the Easter egg in the boiler room? I think it was this one that we're thinking about. Here's Johnny. It's a little more explicit reference to... A little more of an explicit reference to The Shining. I think that's supposed to imply that's where the fire started. That's certainly possible. Yeah. Johnny was not a hot guy in that he froze to death. in the movie he did freeze, yeah. However, the hotel did burn down. So, you know. Here's Bunalysis. The Shining is a little bit weird. I don't know how much I like the movie. TBH. Gra, how are you? Heckin' good to see ya. My favorite Snapjaw. My goodness. Gra, I hope you had a wonderful stream. Director was an asshole who tormented the actress to get more genuine reactions out of her. Yeah. That's one of the reasons. I've got some issues with Kubrick in general. The Wendy Carlos soundtrack, though? Oh, the soundtrack's immaculate. The design of the sets and, like, the hotel itself, fucking amazing. There's some weirdness that's going on between the movie and the book, though. And I can explain my weirdness with Kubrick as well, but one of the things that the movie is missing is the topiaries, which I thought was one of the more interesting parts of the movie. Or the book, rather. Because the book has these big animal topiaries. And they're, like, they sound really, really cool. And towards the end of the book, they're coming to life and, like, stalking and hunting them. And it's kind of neat. And the movie didn't have that, but that's probably for the best, because they probably would have had to either CG it, which would have looked terrible, or they would have done it like stop motion, which would have looked cheesy. So I don't know if there's a great way to do that. It just wasn't the standards. Exactly, yeah. But it would have fit with the theme of Stephen King movies being an excellent and tense build-up to a terribly ugly and funny CGI monster shows up at the end. Like the Langoliers. Or It. You know, there's a lot of those.
My biggest problem with Kubrick is all the times I found them in some Lego someplace and there was only like 3 pieces, so even if I did actually want to make something with them, I've only got 3. Whose mom just mixed them all up like this?
Aw. Okay, I get it. Kubrick. Kind of love the Langoliers. I do too. It's terrible. I love it. A lot of Stephen King's writing really just doesn't translate very well to being a movie, I think, personally. Because there's some stuff like Langoliers and Dreamcatcher and a lot of those movies or a lot of those books use some silly vernacular where the characters speak in a way that is probably close to how human beings might, but like human beings with a really bad sense of humor. So like
Dreamcatcher, the one with the shit weasels.
That's exactly what I'm talking about. The term shit weasels can be used in a book and still be something that's scary, but once you put it out loud into verbal dialogue...
Who raised Johnny? David Letterman. I'm Mike Wallace. I'm Morley Safer. And I'm Ed Bradley. All this and Andy Rooney tonight on 60 Minutes.
Once you put it out loud in dialogue in a movie, it just does not work the same way. You know? And it also has some of that stuff with like the deadlights and things like that. And like, you know, like the dialogue in those books just doesn't translate into characters saying them out loud and trying to sound serious. Mm-hmm. It has a whole scene that can't be adapted and shouldn't. And should not. Yeah, no. You can write this stuff, but you can't say it. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Anyway, my big problem with Kubrick is that he did not understand Clockwork Orange. At all. Just didn't. Yeah. And it makes me mad. Books end about reading like a screenwriter doing a quick adaptation rather than the author writing a book. To me, Michael Crichton reads like a doctor who decided to be an author, but is just more interested in the science aspects of science fiction. And you know what? He literally is. Ugh. Yeah, definitely one of them nerd writers. I really like Andromeda Strain. I think that's great. Does it make the film less good, or is it just a case of the book being way better? Okay, so here's what happened with Clockwork Orange. And this is a tangent, but I'm just gonna we're just gonna go off on this real quick. Okay?
Lindsay Ellis is doing a video on that for Nebula.
No way. I love Lindsay Ellis. Oh, that sounds cool. Okay. So, in A Clockwork Orange, the idea is that there's this kid who is terrible, morally reprehensible, doing awful shit, going out, doing, murders and crimes and all of this stuff, but really, really likes classical music. And this is like his sort of saving grace, right? Where it's like, oh, there is something redeemable in this kid, right? Clockwork Orange? Yes. Some of this is taken from the author of Clockwork Orange's real life, because his wife was killed during a gang break-in to his house. And so he's writing about these kinds of like teenage criminals who go out and do this sort of stuff, okay? However, what happens is he gets caught for these crimes, and he gets treated to this Ludovico treatment or whatever, right? Where it's like, they're playing classical music and showing him all these violent images so that anytime he thinks about violence, he becomes violently ill. They're brainwashing him into being a better person, in order to not do violence, right? But unfortunately, because of the way the treatment works, it also ruins his enjoyment of classical music. It associates Mozart, and Beethoven and Bach with that same violent reaction, that same feeling of illness. So through their brainwashing, they have made him a less violent person, but they've broken the good in him. The thing that was redeemable, the thing that made us as an audience relate to this character more, has been damaged. Through a series of events, he winds up breaking out of this he winds up breaking out of the brainwashing. He tries to go back to the way he was before. He tries to reconnect with all of his friends that he did crimes and shit with. And in the last chapter of the book, when he's trying to reconnect with all of these people, the second to last chapter ends with him waking up in the hospital and going I'm back. They have no power over me anymore. And when he tries to go back to his old ways, he reconnects with his friends in the last chapter of the book and finds out that all of them have kind of grown up. One of his friends did become a cop, which sucks. But a lot of them are just working regular jobs and are like, oh yeah, I remember all that embarrassing shit we used to do when we were kids. And he finds that he hasn't grown up quite as much as they have. And a lot of them have kind of matured into better people. And Alex kind of realizes that he sort of wants that too. That he wants to do something a little more worthwhile with his life. And it turns out there is something redeemable in there. And he needed to work through this, but you can't force people to do so. They have to decide to change. You can't make them do it. And yeah, it's definitely making a point about the prison industrial complex. It's making a point about human nature and adolescence, and all that stuff. And that's cool. So that's not conveyed in the movie, and there's a reason for it. And that's because when the book was published in the US, they removed the last chapter. Because they said that it was a little too... The American publisher said that it was more dark and realistic if they just take out the last chapter. And so when Kubrick was adapting it into a movie, he said during interviews that he thinks that the author was forced to add the last chapter in order to give it a happy ending. So he thought that the last chapter was non-canon because he read the English version first or the American version first. So the entire point of the book, which is that people must choose to change, is turned into a story where people can't change, and forcing them to will only make them change less. It's terrible. I hate it. So that's my problem with Kubrick Kubrick's Clockwork Orange it's bad. It's fucking bad. Yeah. The movie had an awesome soundtrack. It's got, I think, pretty good costume design. Like it's an enjoyable and well-made movie. All of Kubrick's movies are incredibly well-made. And visually interesting, and aesthetically fantastic. Technically proficient filmmaker, absolutely. I just don't like the moral aspects of them. Clockwork Orange especially. Yeah, anyway. So that's my whole tangent. Now you've learned about Clockwork Orange. Matt is a good bean, and also going to cut all of this out of the video. Seat of the Princess Who Fled at Midnight. That doesn't sound quite right. Princess Who Fled at Midnight. That would be a Cinderella. Seat of the Princess Who Spoke No Words. That would be the Little Mermaid. Because she lost her voice. And then she saved the prince. And then she dies and turns into sea foam. That's a weird story. Metal? It is, yeah. Mermaids have no souls, yeah. They turn into sea foam. I don't know. It might be. There's a plate in front of the indentation. Seat of the Princess Who Awoke from Death. That would be this one. Man, I love Anastasia. You know, the Don Bluth Anastasia is really good. Ah, the stairway key, right. Yeah, this is an excellent track.
Seat of the Princess That Stream Minecraft.
And then I'd kick her, sir. Movie's Rasputin is like eldritch horror. Kinda is, yeah. Well. Alright, I don't want to go to 312 just yet. I don't think so. Unashamedly a giant Don Bluth fan, except Troll in Central Park. Some things are irredeemable. Agreed. Anastasia's fantastic. Titan AE is stellar. Oh yeah, Mike. Yeah. The actual historical figures, incredibly problematic. Swan Princess is an interesting one. I don't... Love Stith, agreed. Yeah, Titan AE is great. Rockadoodle has a problem. Rockadoodle's got a problem. See, I love Chanticleer. Chanticleer's barely in the movie. Rockadoodle's got a problem, and it's that the main characters are like little kids, and they're played by children, and they're awful. And there's like this weird live action sections, and I don't get it. I don't understand. Why couldn't you just have a cool movie about Chanticleer? Rockadoodle's got some issues. The kid does say, "I'm a furry," though, which is funny.
Have you seen a live recording of the stage musical version? On one hand, no Rasputin. On the other, it is more critical of the imperial government, and Rasputin is replaced with Russian Javert.
Javert. Interesting. I have not. I'd be interested. Also, hi, Thallium. Yeah, I don't know. I think Rockadoodle could have made a better movie. Pebble and the Penguin's also a weird one. But it's got Tim Curry in it as like the villain, which is nice. That's fun. Tim Curry's a good penguin. What else? Obviously, Secret of Nim. Excellent. Stellar. Fantastic movie. Tim Curry does some lifting for that movie. Hell yeah. All right. Are y'all ready? Are we ready? I love the VCR on the floor. It's such a thing. Ready for what? You know, the end of the game. Dun, 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 dun. Who are you? I love how it's Harry Mason's fucking PlayStation 1 model. Have you seen a little girl around here? Short, black hair? About 7 years old? What are you talking about? Have you seen my wife? Her name's Mary. Zap! Ah! Oh no! Harry, how could you? What a good game. It was a weird twist. But, I can see why Silent Hill 2 is one of the classics of the horror genre, you know? Good old UFO ending. Oh, amazing.
And then they get married in time for the third game's UFO ending.
True. Silent Hill 3's got the best UFO ending. It's really good. What the fuck? You know. accidentally joined during the ending. One of them, yes. Shattered Memories UFO ending is good too. I have a problem with Shattered Memories UFO ending. Maybe it's just me. This is clearly what the story was leading to the entire time. Of course. Like tigers in outer space. The weird thing about the UFO ending for me in Silent Hill Shattered Memories is that James Sunderland shows up and is a cameo by Shattered Memories and Downpour's producer and director. Tom Hewlett decided to put himself in the video game as James Sunderland. And that's weird to me. Like, I guess you can. I guess it's fine. It just seems weird to me. Even when it's plugged in, all I get is snow. Or is it ash? This is definitely the videotape I recorded back then. No! Heck. Hey, I want to point out something. I want to point something out. Here's the thing. Videotape here says videotape I forgot at the hotel 3 years ago. Up until pretty recently, James thought that Mary had died 3 years ago. But now we're being told that the videotape was left at the hotel 3 years ago. So 3 years ago is probably when they last visited Silent Hill together. Yeah. But you forgot that videotape we made. You know, when we taped over Night Court, she got Sadako'd. Don't even get me started on the ring. Because if she got Sadako'd, then that means that she had a strain of smallpox that infests the videotape with a psychic version of smallpox. That that because Mary is intersex turns into two strains of smallpox, a sperm and egg version. And if people get infected by both, they start giving birth to Sadako. What? Look, the ring is weird, okay? And then there's a VR simulation of the real world that they create in order to find a cure for the ring virus. Oh, God. The ring is really weird, though. Excuse the fuck out of me. Yep. The Ring, the book, is part of a trilogy It's ring and then spiral? Ring and then loop and then spiral, I think. And they get weird. They get pretty weird. Spiral takes place, like half of that book takes place in a VR simulation. There are 6 books. I think there were originally 3. There might be 6 now. Oh god. Ring Terror's Realm is real? Yeah. Ring Terror's Realm is based on probably based on Spiral. Yeah. It is different, but it does try to be canon.
I came for the cute bunnies and games, but I'm staying for the literary analysis.
Well, thank you, Benny. Did the books also have espers? Yeah, I mean, Sadako is an esper. Yeah. Interesting. I have not read any of them. Anyway. Not to get talking about The Ring instead of the most important scene in this entire video game.
Are you taping again? Come on. I don't know why, but I just love it here. It's so peaceful. You know what I heard? This whole area used to be a sacred place. I think I can see why. It's too bad we have to leave. Please promise you'll take me again, James.
Mary.
So there you are, James. Did you get the letter? Did you find Mary? If not, let's get going already, okay?
Laura. Mary's gone. She's dead.
Liar, that's a lie!
No, that's not true.
She died because she was sick?
No, I killed her.
You killer! Why'd you do it? I hate you! I want her back! Give her back to me! I knew it! You didn't care about her! I hate you, James! I hate you! I hate you! I hate you! She was always waiting for you. Why? Why?
I'm sorry. The Mary you know isn't here. Laura, I'm sorry.
James, where are you? I'm waiting. I'm waiting for you. Please come to me. Do you hate me? Is that why you won't come? James,
That voice!
James, please hurry. Are you lost? I'm near. I'm waiting nearby, James. Please. I want to see you, James. Can't you hear me? James, please, James. 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 James.
You just saw what happened? I mean, I imagine he would still be interested in investigating whatever this is. Like, he knows that she's dead and he killed her. We've gotten that reveal. But we still don't know why Mary sent a letter. We don't know why she's still talking to him. There are unanswered questions. This is incredibly heavy. Oh, God, I love that transition. This music is so good. There is nothing in the envelope. Not even the blank letter anymore? Now there's nothing. The hotel is drenched. So, I've mentioned before that in Silent Hill 2, James's nightmare, his subconscious, is heavily related to water. We wind up seeing water, especially stagnant water, a lot in areas that are affected by James's manifestations. And the hotel becoming like this is a little bit because it's being affected by James's subconscious. The spiritual power is manifesting James's, sure, okay, I'll say it, trauma. However, you can see that a lot of like the walls and things here are a bit mold damaged. but also damaged from what might be fire. There's a book here. Doesn't look like it will be of any particular use. This is where that doctor's journal
Mary's
is.
going to die? You must be
You
joking.
must be joking.
I'm very sorry.
But you're a doctor. It's your job to heal people. How can you just let her die?
Please, calm down. As her doctor, I promise I'll do what I can. But there's still no effective treatment for her condition.
How long does she have?
I'm afraid I'm not sure. 3 years at most. Perhaps 6 months. It's impossible to say with certainty.
I can't hear anything anymore. There we go. Crimson Ceremony. Speak, I am the Crimson One. The lies and the mist are not they, but I. You all know that I am one. Yes, and the one is I. Believers hearken to me, 20 score men and 7,000 beasts. Heed my words and speaketh them to all, and they shall ever be obeyed even under the light of the proud and merciless sun. I shall bring down bitter vengeance upon thee, and thou shalt suffer my eternal wrath. The beauty of the withering flower and the last struggles of the dying man, they are my blessings. Thou shalt ever call upon me and all that is me in the place that is silent. O proud fragrance of life which flies toward the heart, O cup which brims with the whitest of wine, it is in thee that all begins. Oh, I'm sorry, Caddy. Goodness. This can get a little heavy if you need to take a break from the stream. I totally understand. Phoenix! Oh my goodness. Hello! Hello, Burbs. How are you? Y'all picked an interesting time to raid. We're finishing up Silent Hill 2, one of my favorite games. This game is very heavy from now on, yes. How's Silent Hill? I fucking love it. It's so good. We just picked up The Crimson Ritual, which is a book that only shows up there in New Game Plus. So we have the Book of Lost Memories, the Crimson Ceremony, the White Chrism, and the Obsidian Gauntlet, which should be all of the things we need. These are special tools that will help us later. Is the Book of Lost Memories something you can read? It is, yes. The name comes from the legend of the peoples whose land was stolen from them. They called this place the Place of Silent Spirits. By spirits, they meant not only their dead relatives, but also the spirits that they believed inhabited the trees, rocks, and water around them. According to legend, this was where the holiest ceremonies took place. But it was not the ancestors of those who now live in this town that first stole the land from these people. There were others who came before. In those days, this town went by another name, but that name is now hopelessly lost to the veils of time. All we know is that there was another name, and that for some reason the town was once abandoned by its residents. Yes, I can use some of these doors. And they send me elsewhere. Excellent. Gosh, this music gets so good. Here we go. Now, there's two things going on with this section of the game that I want to point out. One of which is, it's very possible that there was a fire in the hotel. Given the inspiration from The Shining, it's very possible that the heater downstairs, you know, Johnny, the hot guy, was indicating that, you know, there was a fire at some point in the hotel. We do find a painting of the hotel on fire in the prison. There's certain things that point to this hotel being on fire, which may or may not have happened. It's sort of unclear. This section of the game is both water damaged and fire damaged. We've got all of the dripping water, but there's ash and like embers in the walls of this area. We've moved into the 20 hallways. There we go. Now, that might be because this hotel is becoming less and less affected by James's memories and becoming more and more what it really looks like. Which I think is the take that a lot of people bring to it. But here's another one. Because the abstract daddies were in the hallway earlier, we know that Angela is probably nearby, and Angela's manifestations are often related to fire. So we're seeing again James's and Angela's manifestations playing into each other. The damage from the fire and from the water. James's watery other world and Angela's fiery one. Yes, we just Scooby-Dooed this hallway. Yeah. So it could be that we're seeing more fire damage because we're getting closer to where Angela is. Can't really see how you differentiate water damages and fire damages with these graphics. I suppose that's fair. I'm mostly looking at the white and black areas of like the ash kind of embers and residue here. The water creates like black stains in places, whereas the fire is creating that like kind of ashy look. Is this thing broken? Pressing the switch doesn't do anything. Cool. So, flashlight don't work no more. Dripping water and moldish looks. Yeah. I don't know. There's like kind of fiery damage to me, it looks like. In places. I don't know. Did you change the battery already? No, that was an earlier scene. That was the room with all the bugs in it. I like how it's dripping even in the elevator. Cool. Ugh. Oh, and there's lying bodies underneath all the water. Very cool. Cool and good. Oh, they're giving us so many items. Oh my god. Doesn't seem like water, it's almost like scum. I agree. Yeah, the rising water is very weird. Also, this flashlight's out now, too. And the water do be quite mucusy. There's nothing useful here. I could grab another light bulb out of the can. No. No. I guess not. Storage, electrical room, pump room. It's interesting there were mannequins down here earlier, and now it's lying bodies running around underneath the water. Also, this gate was not here before. Light bulbs have all gone bad now that their can was open. You gotta make sure to put those in the fridge. True. Angela.
Mama! Mama, I was looking for you. Now you're the only one left. Maybe then I can rest. Mama, why are you running away? You're not my mama. It's you. Oh, I'm sorry.
Angela, no.
Thank you for saving me. But I wish you hadn't. Even Mama said it. I deserved what happened.
No, Angela. That's wrong.
No. Don't pity me. I'm not worth it. Or maybe you think you can save me. Will you love me? Take care of me? Heal all my pain? That's what I thought. James, give me back that knife.
No. I won't.
Saving it for yourself?
Me? No. I'd never kill myself.
Why did you pause before you said myself, James?
It's hot as hell in here.
You see it too. For me, it's always like this.
She keeps the thermostat, like, all the way up. Alright, there's two things I want to say about this part. There's fire everywhere for her. Not during those interactions, no. But, like, the apartment she was going through and things like that. That would be the case, yeah. Yeah. It's an incredibly powerful read. I do want to point out, people in Silent Hill are not seeing different things at the same time. It's just that the world is changing based on their proximity. Based on their, like, the manifestations that the spiritual power of the town creates. The figures on the walls are her dad and brother? I suppose you could read that, sure. I don't see why not. I don't think there's any evidence for that, but, you know, that's an inference that you could probably make. Sure. Or her dad and mother. Here's a couple interesting things I want to point out. One of which is, one of the things that I do think, and I pointed this out when we played Silent Hill 1, is that one of the things that I think the art of the later Silent Hill games is missing out on are the aspects of BDSM in the, like, art direction of this series. Because later on you get, like, blood and guts and gore and mannequins and, like, sex and death and whatever. But you don't get vac beds. Yeah. Fleshy vac beds. And I think that's much more interesting. From an art direction, you know? That's one. Two, I tend to push back quite a bit against what I think are, like, kind of prevailing notions about the way Silent Hill is interpreted, especially Silent Hill 2. I hate talking about stuff like guilt and trauma because of what this series wound up becoming. I do think that characters like Angela and Eddie and James are all dealing with this sense of guilt. I do think that's one of the themes of this game. And I think that the way they're handling it is all very different, because Angela accepts her guilt and blames herself probably far more than she deserves. She sees herself as a lost cause, and she has given up. Eddie denies his guilt by blaming others. He acts persecuted. He gets really defensive. He's argumentative, where he clearly feels guilt, but he's turning that into a persecution complex. And James is still struggling with where he feels about his guilt, because James hasn't come to terms with what he's done yet. Not completely yet. James has buried his feelings of guilt in order to not feel them. He is the one who is not bold enough to look into the abyss, as that document we found earlier said. And I think it's really, really interesting to think about. It's interesting to talk about. But I also hate talking about it because of what this series does. Because Silent Hill 2 is about guilt, and it is about trauma. But after Silent Hill 4, that is all this series wants to talk about anymore. After Silent Hill 4, everything becomes about guilt. everything becomes about trauma. Everything becomes about repressing these feelings of guilt. Every main character has done something in the past that they regret and feel guilt for, but have forgotten. And they need to remember it and come to terms with it and get past it. And it fucking sucks. And I hate it. Hey, Lettuce.
Good evening, Bun. I'm incredibly tired but just hanging out here, slightly spacing out. I
Aw.
spent the entire day rereading Dorley Hall lol.
Oh, that sounds like fun. Oh. I hope you had a good time, Lettuce. Thank you for the 8 months. My goodness. Ugh. Ugh. Huh. So, here's what I want to say about Angela as well. Is that Angela needs help. The reason that Angela is lost here, like, we know the reason that Eddie is lost, and that's because he refuses to own up to what he's done and keeps doubling down on it so hard. Angela needs help, but the problem is that, one, she doesn't think she's deserving of it, and two, James is not the person to help her. James is not equipped to handle this. And that's what's going on with Angela. It's not that she did something that's irredeemable. It's not that she's unreachable or unsavable. It's that James really isn't the person to do it. And nobody else here is going to help her. Do we know what she did? She murdered her abusive father. And people say that she then burned down the house, but I don't think that's true because the newspaper article says that his body was discovered. So, like, I don't know how much of a body there'd be after a fire. So they found him, like, face down on the floor or whatever. So, like, I don't think that there was a fire involved. I think that's just a manifestation thing. Yeah. Can identify stab wounds on a burnt body? I suppose. But there's no mention of it in the newspaper. I don't think they mention anything about her brother either. Unless I'm mistaken. But I can pull up the memo. We can take a look. Newspaper.
This place is lit. Fire. Smiley face. A-OK hand.
Isn't it though? Goodness. Diary from the roof. Doctor's journal. Article about murder incident? Is this the... Yeah, this is the Walter Sullivan one. Okay.
I dread to imagine how the remake will mishandle Angela's art because it'll be the one. Subtle ways.
The body of a man later identified as Thomas Oroso, lumberjack, age 39, was discovered in the probably morning, lying face down or up. The probable cause of death was multiple stab wounds to the front of the neck and the left side of the torso by a sharp-edged weapon. Time of death was somewhere between 11 p.m. and 12:30 midnight. Due to signs of struggle in the room and the lack of a murder weapon, police are considering this a homicide and have opened a murder investigation. Cash in the room was untouched. Mr. Oroso had a history of drunkenness and violence. Police suspect the motive was not robbery, but was instead a crime of passion. So that's all the information we've got about Angela. I don't know where the stuff about a brother comes from. I don't remember. But yeah. Yeah. So that's Angela. Yeah, I mean, if you want to, I guess, read that as there's a fire or a brother or whatever, I don't know. I guess you can. But that would be an interpretation. That would be not like, canon. I do that clicking noise with your mouth. Which one? That one's just my tongue. Also, I like how that staircase room does not exist. Because we walked right from the hallway into that room, and then when we went back, we went into the storeroom. This is the staircase that exists here. Yeah, it happens in between these two rooms. So that's kind of great. We see a little bit of what's happening with Angela, All right. Y'all have to see what I'm talking about with the fire damage, right? Like now there's more fire damage stuff? Yeah? Okay, good. Yeah, it's looking more charcoaly. I don't know. God, this camera angle is immaculate. Ugh. This place used to be lit. Nowadays it ain't more than a watered down version of its prime. Get the fuck out of here. He gets you out of here. My goodness. Yeah, I love... Okay, we go through... There's like a fire break door back here. That's what these shutters are. We see the fire line. We're looking through these burnt out walls. And there's a fire alarm right here. Just in case you didn't get it. Just in case. This game is really subtle. These guys again. I love them. I love those little guys. Alrighty. Another thing we've got to talk about coming up. I love this. How do you personally feel about James? Do you think he should be forgiven? That's not for me to decide. That is not a choice for me. I notice you, Thallium. It's up to James a little bit. It's also up to Laura, though. I think Laura also needs to make a decision on that too. But yeah, there's a couple people involved, I think. For me, I think what James did is complicated. I think that if James wants to, he could conceptualize the murder that he did as an act of mercy. That Mary was suffering with her illness and that what he did was a kindness. But I don't think that's entirely true. There is a really, really complicated discussion to have about end-of-life treatment and terminal illnesses. People who are in the hospital and are going to die are expensive to keep alive. It is incredibly emotionally taxing on people to both have them around, but also to lose them. There is not at all a good answer to any instance of end-of-life care. And any discussion about it is going to be complicated and have a lot of feelings mixed in with it. I don't know if what James did was selfish or if what he did was altruistic, because I think that it is a little bit of both. Yeah, diagnoses are never 100%. But yeah. Is it something she wanted? I don't know. Is it something James wanted? I don't know. I'm sure part of him did and part of him did not. And same with Mary. I'm sure part of her wanted to just be gone and part of her didn't. And that's one of the most interesting parts about this game, is that they can't tell us if James should be forgiven or not, because there isn't an answer to that. She had hospice care toward the end. All that really sucked. We raised money and donated to the hospice after the fact, though. Such good people and helped her a lot. Yeah, that's excellent. Like, I'm really sorry that happened, though. Yeah. Yeah. What a complicated topic. The cool thing about this game, though, is that instead of being a moral lesson, it is an emotional exploration. It is a game where you are presented you are presented complicated imagery that allows you to work through that on an emotional level. And not on a literal one. And I think that's an excellent thing that art can do. You know? I think that's just great. It's exceptionally complex and personal for each person in each situation. Making any broad statement can be dangerous. Exactly. Oh. How y'all doing, though? Y'all okay? I do want to point out these save points are the front cover of the Japanese version of the Silent Hill 2. Why is that? I don't know. I think these are just here because you definitely want to save here. Why is there 9 of them? I do not know. I think if you wanted to, you could probably find a way to read into it a lot, but it is just a really strong visual. And it's happening at a really emotional time in the game, where each area we go into has become more and more dilapidated, more damaged, more strange and unreal. And now we've arrived at some kind of dungeon. It's very Twin Peaks, Firewalk, Red Drapesy exploration. I could see that. Sure. Yeah. All right. Let's go. still got the hotel's carpet.
Stop! Leave her alone! Leave us both the hell alone! Ah!
I was weak. That's why I needed you. Needed someone to punish me for my sins. But that's all over now. I know the truth. Now it's time to end this.
You don't get an action movie one-liner, James. 2 questions for you. All right. Sorry. Let me get a little more water. I have 2 questions for chat. One of which is, who is James talking to when he says that? I was weak. I needed you. Someone to punish me for my sins. Himself? To us? No. I don't think so. I think it's either the Red Pyramid thing is probably one of the obvious questions. Obvious answers. Maria might be the other, though. Maria is kind of a punishment for his sins. She's reminding him of Mary's death constantly. She shows up and dies again and again and again right in front of him to remind him of the thing he's guilty for. So it could be... You could take that to be either Maria or Pyramid Head. Here's an interesting thing about Pyramid Head. Why are there 2 of them right now? James has 2 hands. Yeah, because he killed Eddie. So each of them represents the murderer that James sees himself as.
I believe the proper term is Pyramid's Head.
Yes, correct. So James has killed 2 people, one of which is Mary, and one of which is Eddie. That's why there are 2 pyramids now, but there was only one up until this point. Because Pyramid Head is James, but he is the aspect of James that he feels guilt for. To be fair, he killed Eddie in self-defense. Sure, but there are also altruistic aspects of the murder of Mary, right? Same with Angela. Angela murdered in self-defense, basically. I think what Angela did is pretty defensible, morally. But it doesn't mean that she feels any better about it. Just because she did it for the right reasons isn't going to make you feel any better about doing a murder, about ending someone's life, you know? And that's one of the really worrying things about Eddie, is that he was feeling less and less remorse for it. You know? To a concerning degree. still kill someone. Yeah. Yeah, killing someone in self-defense. Probably still gonna make you feel terrible. The dog had it coming. I don't know if she was already moving on her own away from him and came to kill him for revenge. We don't know the details. We don't. And you know, we never will. It was confirmed she tried to run away, but her dad came and dragged her back. I don't think so. As far as I know, the only information we get about Angela is that newspaper article I read earlier. Pyramid Head won't move anymore. Looks like he's holding something. Scarlet egg. The rust-colored egg. So, as far as I know, the description of these eggs here, that text when we examined Pyramid Head, and this great knife are the only places in the game where the name Pyramid Head is used. In every other instance, especially in voiced lines, they use the term red pyramid thing. Blood and rust. Silent Hill is 2 primary colors. That's just color theory. That's what that is. You know, rust has more positive connotations than negative ones, you know? I don't need this anymore. It's just a corpse now. I don't need this anymore. James needed Pyramid Head. You got the bayonet? You know what? I'm gonna be real with you. Maybe. You know what? I'm gonna say maybe. I'm realizing that more and more Japanese media has been inspired by Berserk than I gave it credit for. Because I was like, obviously Dark Souls, obviously Dragon's Dogma. But then I got thinking, you know, in Final Fantasy VII, you play an ex-soldier turned sword for hire with a giant sword, and your main antagonist is a guy with long white hair who was part of your same military crew. And also all of the magic in that game comes in the form of small crystals that you can equip onto characters. Oh yeah, and there's a guy with a gun for a hand. So like, I don't know. I'm just saying. Hey, I got a question for you. Do y'all know, is it Final Fantasy V's main character is named Butts? Which is the Final Fantasy whose main character is Butts? Right, so they changed it to Bart's, right? But the Japanese version is Batsu, which is like, which is pretty similar, I would say, to Gatsu. So, like, it's like, oh yeah, my original character, Schmaud, and his rival, Shmeferoth. Original characters do not steal, you know? Like, I don't know. I feel like Bots is just guts, but you changed the first letter. It's an odd call because Bart's isn't anything like Guts. Yeah, I don't know. The bad guy of that game is an evil tree, isn't it? Anyway, Final Fantasy, I think, has a little bit of Berserk in it. Five's pretty cool, yeah. Isn't there an evil tree in Berserk? I've never read it. I don't know. There's a lot of things in Berserk. Yeah. Dang, Maria's just gone. Lucid AD, thank you so much for the follow. And Dragon, thank you for the follow earlier. I'm sorry I didn't thank you. It was during a cutscene. The seal of Metatron was on the rug. Oh, yeah, it is. That's interesting. Huh. I could come up with an explanation for that, but it would be conjecture. Because here's the thing. There's no reason for the seal of Metatron to appear here, right? It's probably just because it's interesting and it looks cool. And it's kind of like a occult aspect of these games, right? However, if I wanted to read into this probably too far, and again, like I said, conjecture, I would say that, in my interpretation, the events of Silent Hill 1, Alessa manifesting herself around in order to manifest the seal of Metatron around the town, is what caused this town's spiritual power to be corrupted in this way. It becomes stuck in the in this behavior of seeking out nightmares to manifest, the same way that Alessa's nightmares were manifesting out of her head with her psychic powers, right? So I would say that an aspect of that manifestation is also to create the seal of Metatron around places. You know, not exactly, because it's not like it has a will, it's not like it has a memory, but, you know, I mean, if the town's spiritual power is stuck in the habit of doing the thing Alessa did in Silent Hill 1, then I suppose it would make sense for the seal of Metatron to appear in places. That wouldn't be outside of the realm of possibility, because that's what Alessa was trying to do in the first place. And if that's what corrupted the town's spiritual power that causes things to manifest into reality, I wouldn't not expect that to happen. Anyway. You know. Couldn't it be that Alessa came here back in the day? Maybe? I don't think so. I don't think she'd have much reason to stay at a hotel in the town she lives in, you know? It's possible, I guess. Why is there a face on the door? Is there? I think that might be your pareidolia. Oh, that one. Oh. Yeah, I think that's pareidolia. Look up. I did earlier, liars. It's very face-like. Do you think it's similar to the face in the mirror that we started the game looking at? I don't know. I guess that's a possibility. All right, if this is the hallway I think it is, no TTS for a while, please. We're going to listen to this whole thing. And it's going to be a little bit heavy. But, yeah.
Mary?
What do you want, James?
I brought you some flowers.
Flowers? I don't want any damn flowers. Just go home already.
Mary, what are you saying?
Look, I'm disgusting. I don't deserve flowers. Between the disease and the drugs, I look like a monster. Well, what are you looking at? Get the hell out of here. Leave me alone already. I'm no use to anyone. I'll be dead soon anyway. Maybe today, maybe tomorrow. It'd be easier if they'd just kill me. But I guess the hospital is making a nice profit off me. They want to keep me alive. Are you still here? I told you to go. Are you deaf? Don't come back. James, wait. Please don't go. Stay with me. Don't leave me alone. I didn't mean what I said. Please, James. Tell me I'll be okay. Tell me I'm not going to die. Help me.
Yeah, both James and Mary were having very conflicting feelings about what's going on and what they want to do about it, you know? That line delivery is so much. It's probably one of the most impactful line reads in a video game. And unfortunately, I don't think it could ever be replicated. I don't think that there's going to be a remake of this game that's able to do what this one does. I don't think you could do that line read again. It's just too much. How did that sound in the HD collection? I don't even want to look at it. I don't want to listen to it. Ugh. Yeah, Mary Elizabeth McGlynn tried. I like her singing voice. It's not good, though. So we're gonna get a weird ending to this game. I wanted to go for one that I don't know if y'all have seen before. I thought it might be fun. Dogs? No, you gotta get like the UFO ending or like 4 of the other endings. In order to get that one. But we're going for a weird one. This ending is only available on New Game Plus as well. And yeah, it's probably the worst one. It's pretty bad. So the endings to this game are in water, in which James Minecrafts himself. There is a much better ending, which is Leave, and that's probably the best one, where James and Laura leave the town together. There's Maria, which I think is one of the worst, where James and Maria leave the town together. In which case, I think the final boss is... Let me see if I remember this right. In 3 of the endings, the final boss is Mary, and in one of them it's... Is one of them Maria? No, it's Maria in 3 endings, and then it's Mary in the Maria ending. No, the other way around? Okay. I'm bad at the endings for this. Do something about that cough. I like how that just falls. Like, there's something... Oh, man. There's something about that that's so ominous, because it's not that it broke. It's not that it was mechanical. It just leaves.
James.
Maria, I'm finished with you.
What? But I'm what you wanted. Mary's dead. Don't you understand? She's not coming back. But I can be yours. I'll be here for you forever. I'll never hurt you like she did. So why don't you want me?
Because you're not Mary. Without Mary, I just can't go on.
Oh, James. Come on, James. You must be joking.
Jeez. Constantly hurts us at every opportunity. That one. There are these moths in one of the hotel rooms from earlier. And I talked about the use of bugs in order to create a feeling of, like, disgust or sickness. Again, with the asphyxiation here. It's a little bit Hellraiser, actually. There's interesting aspects of a combination of aspects of the organic and geometric, which are somewhat interlinked here. She has something of a pyramid shape around her head, right? But the way that she's sort of inside this box is like the way that Mary was confined in her bed. She's got these weird tendrils to reach out with. I don't know. There's something evocative going on here. This is not, it's not like one of my, it's not like my favorite boss, but like, kind of interesting. I don't know. Garb is reminiscent of what Pyramid had too. It's almost nun-like, you know? Chug all these health drinks. Oh, I can't. Okay. Oh, the envelope from Mary is totally gone now, by the way. She's got the gloves similar to what Pyramid Head has. Could also be patient's clothing. I could see that. Nun garb, something kind of hospital-y.
Mary, you look so peaceful. Forgive me for waking you. But without you, I just can't go on. I can't live without you, Mary. This town, Silent Hill, the old gods haven't left this place. And they still grant power to those who venerate them. Power to defy even death. Ah, Mary.
You can see there's like a little church on the island in the middle of Lake Toluca there. So that's a weird one. You get that ending if you're on New Game Plus and you collect all 4 of those items I picked up earlier. Ending has got a different song to it too. Yeah. The best one, obviously, the dog ending. Interesting. No worries, Nova. So that's a weird time, isn't it? No letter read? Yeah. We do need to get the letter read. Well, I can go do that anyway. Oh, thank you, Ben. I don't mind going back and getting one of the other endings, just so that we can get that letter read. Can you mention about the island? Not much. I don't think there's ever any explicit mentions about the island or what's on it. It's on the map, but, you know. What do I want to shoot for now? I think we're on track to get the... Mary ending. How often do you stream? I try to stream Tuesday, Thursday, and Friday. I do my best. The island was related to a cult or something going on. The Silent Hill secret. Probably. But it's not really explicitly mentioned anywhere. You know about Mary being confirmed about being in the back of James's car the whole time? Yeah, by Masahiro Ito, the art director, who isn't the director or the writer. Yeah, I guess. I mean, if you want to believe that, sure. Go for it. Ow. James had Mary's body with him? Maybe. These are the enhanced credits, yeah. The one we just saw? All I saw was a cloth wrapped around something. I don't know what. You could clearly see Mary's face. So, I suppose that's possible. Otherwise, we did just kill a Maria. She's got a perfectly good body we could put Mary's soul into. I don't know. Whatever. Like, it could be anything. Doesn't make any sense. Does it make any more sense than James escaping the hospital with Mary's dead body and putting it in the trunk of his car? Seems a little weird to me, I don't know. But I don't know. Like, whether it is or not, I don't think it matters particularly. It doesn't really change my reading of what's going on. Yeah. Yeah, hospitals let you take the body home after they're done with them. Just pop them in the trunk. Yeah, no problem. uh We did promise to take Mary back to Silent Hill one day. Yeah, but you never did. But you never did. I don't know. I don't know. People are weird. Ugh. Am I? Oh, I see. Like I said, I don't think it matters that much. It's whatever. The idea was that the body was in the car the whole time. That's how he got it. Okay, so the body being in the trunk of the car originated from a document in the Silent Hill 3 strategy guide, the Japanese version, called the Book of Lost Memories. When translated, it reads, James's car, could Mary's body be inside? Question mark. From the author of the Silent Hill 3 strategy guide. We do not know who said or asked that question or why. So there has been a running fan theory that Mary's body is in the trunk of James's car, because of that line of dialogue, for years. When asked directly about it, Masahiro Ito confirmed that yes, the body is in the trunk of the car. However, like I said earlier in the streaming this game, I don't particularly trust Masahiro Ito to be the final word on what is and is not true about Silent Hill 2, given that he was the art director, not the director and not the writer, nor the story lead. So, I don't know. If you want to believe that Mary's body is in the trunk of the car, that's fine. But that is a headcanon. That's all I'm saying. You can infer that, but that is not explicit. That's all I'm saying. Why does he keep making those statements if he isn't the director? Because people keep asking him stuff. Because the director's not on Twitter. All right, let me see here. Did I pick up? I did not. All right, let's go. Anyway, think Blooper would add the body? Absolutely. Blooper team 100% believes there's a body in the trunk. Loves, or at least loved, answering fan questions and explaining. How he came up with stuff. Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah. He's very reachable. Do I have to go listen to the tape in there? Anyway, everybody be nice to Masahiro Ito, okay? just be nice to that guy. This is my car. My dead wife is in the trunk. My wife. My wife. Alright, we're gonna speed run the next ending. We got this. Just let him design World of Tanks skins in peace. God's sakes. Rutov is gonna kill Angela, mark my words. I'm so glad that Angela never showed up again in the series. Cause like, she coulda. I think Blooper is gonna make a Resident Evil like sub-stories where you get to play as the other characters. Oh my god. Don't speak that into existence. I hate it. Stop it. Fucking Eddie mode. Yeah, we could play as Angela, Eddie, Laura, or Hunk. Maybe Tofu. SH2 mercenaries.
Pyramid Head Tofu.
You know what? I'd kind of love that, actually. That would be kind of funny. That already exists. It's called Born from a Wish, and you play as Maria. True. And perhaps we should play that as well. Perhaps we should also do that. You're gonna tell the origins of Pyramid Head? Kind of. I think it was just bad phrasing on their part. I think what they meant by that was that Born from a Wish is going to be part of the game. I think that's what they meant. And they just wrote it poorly. I can only hope you're right. Yeah. Yeah, I think there were two different bullet points. It was like, fan favorite character, Pyramid Head. And then the next bullet point, even though they weren't separated by bullets, was supposed to be a scenario that fleshes out the background of an important character from the series or whatever. I don't know. Seemed to me like they were advertising that Pyramid Head was in the game and also Born from a Wish is in there. See Kid Pyramid Head? Oh, like Kid Dracula.
Mary?
What do you want, James?
I love Konami.
I brought you some flowers.
Flowers? I don't want any damn flowers. Just go home already.
Mary, what are you saying?
Look. I'm disgusted.
I can't listen to the whole thing again. I
Deserve
can't do it. It's too
flowers.
much. Alright, I'm thinking if we meet Maria up here, we probably get the Mary ending? Question mark? I guess we'll find out. Should make a bingo chart? Ooh, okay. Listening to it, I believe, does affect the ending. Okay, we're locked in, and I think it's either leave or in water. Probably leave. Looks like leave.
Mary?
Wrong again. Mary's dead. You killed her.
Maria? Maria, I'm done with you.
What do you mean? But I can be yours. I'll be here for you forever. And I'll never yell at you or make you feel bad. That's what you wanted.
Now I understand. The problem is, you're not Mary.
No, James. I won't let you. I'll never let you have your Mary back.
Whoa. We could do the bingo chart. The problem is, I think that the remake is not going to change any of the writing of the game. I'm pretty convinced that the script is set in stone. And it's just going to be, the presentation's really bad. Convinced or hopeful?
SMH, how many years and they haven't fixed that back bed?
All right. Give me 1 second. Oh, geez, this... Okay. Nope, these sound effects are just gonna keep going. All right, never mind.
Mary?
James.
Oh gosh, her face is really wild.
Forgive me.
Dang, that is rough.
I told you that I wanted to die, James. I wanted the pain to end.
That's why I did it, honey. I just couldn't watch you suffer. No. That's not the whole truth. You also said that you didn't want to die. The truth is, part of me hated you for taking away my life.
You killed me, and you're suffering for it. It's enough, James.
Mary?
James.
No worries, Caddy. That's okay.
Now I understand the real reason I came to this town. I wonder, what was I afraid of? Without you, Mary, I've got nothing. Now we can be together.
In my restless dreams, I see that town. Silent Hill. You promised you'd take me there again someday, but you never did. Well, I'm alone there now, in our special place, waiting for you. Waiting for you to come to see me. But you never do. And so I wait, wrapped in my cocoon of pain and loneliness. I know I've done a terrible thing to you. Something you'll never forgive me for. I wish I could change that. But I can't. I feel so pathetic and ugly laying here, waiting for you. Every day I stare up at the cracks in the ceiling, and all I can think about is how unfair it all is. The doctor came today. He told me I could go home for a short stay. It's not that I'm getting better. It's just that this may be my last chance. I think you know what I mean. Even so, I'm glad to be coming home. I've missed you terribly. But I'm afraid, James. I'm afraid you don't really want me to come home. Whenever you come see me, I can tell how hard it is on you. I don't know if you hate me or pity me, or maybe I just disgust you. I'm sorry about that. When I first learned that I was going to die, I just didn't want to accept it. I was so angry all the time, and I struck out at everyone I loved most. Especially you, James. That's why I understand if you do hate me. But I want you to know this, James. I'll always love you. Even though our life together had to end like this, I still wouldn't trade it for the world. We had some wonderful years together. Well, this letter has gone on too long, so I'll say goodbye. I told the nurse to give this to you after I'm gone. That means that as you read this, I'm already dead. I can't tell you to remember me, but I can't bear for you to forget me. These last few years since I became ill, I am so sorry for what I did to you, did to us. You've given me so much, and I haven't been able to return a single thing. That's why I want you to live for yourself now. Do what's best for you, James. James. You made me happy.
God, that's the one that kills me. I want y'all to know how much self-restraint it took when she read the line, "I feel so ugly lying here waiting for you," for me to not yell, "Vote for Pedro." I held it in. What? There's a Silent Hill 2 reference. No, this is not my fault. In the Bloober Team game, The Medium, there is a reference to Silent Hill 2 when you look at the hotel manifest. There's a document in it that says, "I'm lying here, I feel so ugly lying here waiting for you," and on the page opposite it says, "Vote for Pedro," which is a reference to Napoleon Dynamite. A movie that everybody talked about in 2005 and then nobody ever remembered since. Because that's how much Bloober Team understands Silent Hill 2. They put that line on the same piece of paper as "Vote for Pedro." That's how good the remake's gonna be. I'm mad. I'm upset. I'm really mad. I'm really mad. Alright, so if we take In Water to be the ending of this game, which I don't. I think this one's kind of a downer. However, I do want to talk about it because I feel like the implication of the In Water ending is a little bit occurrence on Owl Creek Bridge. A little bit the things that happen in the town of Silent Hill are a Jacob's Ladder scenario as James drives his car into a lake. I don't know. I feel like that's the implication of this particular ending, and I think it's the reason that it's sort of like the bad minus ending in Silent Hill 1. At least that's my take. The endings of this game are kind of interesting because they do give us a bit of contextualization, and I might be wrong. In that it's possible that Mary came home in order to live out her final moments with James. He killed her, put her body in the car, decided to take her to Silent Hill because he promised he would, and somewhere in his brain he decided that he would do so then and there, and then couldn't bring himself to read all of her letter, and so conceptualized it as, "I'm there waiting for you in our special place," and that's as far into that letter as he let himself read. Is that a valid interpretation? Yeah. Yeah, I think so. Just drove himself into the water after the manifestation. It sounds from the audio like they got into the car and then drove right into a lake, but I don't know. Again, this one's kind of vague. The other endings make it a little more clear that everything in the town happened and is real, obviously, which I think is more true. I think the in-water ending's, like, it's not my favorite. It's kind of a downer. Could we show the other endings? No. No, go play this game yourself. It's excellent. It's one of the best games out there. It's fantastic. Go play it yourself, get your own ending. I want to spend my time instead playing Born from a Wish, I think. That's what I want to do. That's what I want to do instead. Because I think I can knock this out tonight. It's not super long. We can do a little bit more. I do need to use the washroom, though. So I will be back momentarily. Hello, how's it going tonight? American cheese is good. It's not the same as Kraft Singles and Velveeta. There's real American cheese and it melts really well and is great for burgers and similar applications.
Don't
Agreed.
you dare knock me out, Bun. I hate being flicked.
I'll flick you. I agree with that. Although I'm gonna go to bat for Velveeta. Velveeta can be fucking great in the right applications, especially with macaroni. Velveeta macaroni and cheese is the superior cheese and noodle product. It's fucking great. Anyway, so that was
American
Silent
cheese
Hill 2.
isn't even cheese. It's classified as cheese product.
Kraft Singles are. American cheese, I don't believe, is the same. So, that was Silent Hill 2. How'd you like it? Did you enjoy it? It's a little heavy in the ending. But I think this is probably one of the best horror games ever made, if not the best. And simply one of the best games out there. Period. There's nothing that has done this before or since, and it's not for a lack of trying. Because so many games want to be Silent Hill 2 over again. So when this game was released, it was a little bit controversial because people who played Silent Hill 1 and wanted to get more information about Silent Hill 1's plot, like, what happened with Dahlia and Lisa and the cult and the drugs and all that stuff, they didn't really get answers to any of that.
The Silent Hills gave me feelings. Complex, yeah, for sure.
Yeah. So there were a lot of Silent Hill fans that didn't really like Silent Hill 2 very much, I'm going to be honest. At least not right away. This was a lot of people's first Silent Hill game, though. So I think a lot of people who played this then went back and played 1 or played 3 and were like, what's all this cult shit? Oh, this sucks. I hate this fucking cult. And it's like, y'all. Anyway, when the game released, it did pretty well. And part of doing pretty well on the PlayStation 2 means that you get to release your game again as a greatest hits version. I think in Europe this was like platinum release or something like that. I don't remember. But in the US it's called the greatest hits version, right? They added some things. Yeah, platinum. Okay, cool. So, in the re-release of the game, the greatest hits edition, they added the UFO ending. The original game only had the dog ending. Greatest Hits added the UFO ending. In addition to that, they also added a couple extra weapons. One of which is the chainsaw you can pick up right in the beginning of the game, on New Game Plus. And the other thing they added was a scenario called Born from a Wish, in which you can play as a different character. So this was basically director's cut content. Just an excellent little bonus for you. No worries, Cuddly. You have a great night, okay? Thanks for hanging out. Oh my gosh, and I missed a follow, didn't I? I think I did. Oh my gosh. Chainsaw wasn't the original? Oh, was it? Okay. I'm misremembering them. Also, Frank Yeager, thank you so much for the follow. Colonel, that ninja's Frank Yeager. Gray Fox. But you, yourself, in Zanzibar land. Time to play this on... normal's probably, yeah.
When I woke up, I was all alone.
Thank you, Prismatic.
Everyone's gone. Is it because of those monsters? What do I do now? Do I fight and live? Or do those monsters get me? I don't have any reason to go on living. But I'm scared to die. I'm so afraid of pain. Should I run away? I want to find somebody. I don't like being alone. But is there anyone left alive?
So what's kind of interesting here that I think fits into the theme of the game. Revolver is a reference to Blue Velvet. That makes a lot of sense. Not the only one in this game. So, there's a couple of interesting things going on here. One of which is that I think one of the themes of this game, one of the things this game wants to talk about is the ways that people can hurt each other by being in proximity. We're a society. We live in a society. And one of the parts of that is that being around other people can be abrasive, especially if you're forced into proximity. For instance, the people you live with in an apartment building, the people that you're next to in a hospital or a prison, or a hotel. We all affect each other with our actions. Someone stuck gum into the lock. I can't open it from this side. Is that a thing? I remember that being a thing. I don't think that's a thing nowadays. I don't think people do that anymore. So even if people don't mean it, they can still hurt each other by existing in proximity and just being themselves. That's kind of just a part of a human condition, right? Yeah, without even meaning to. And what's interesting to learn is that Maria is hurting much more badly than James realizes. That the reason that Maria is tempting James the way that she is, the reason she wants to be his Mary, is because she's lonely. Because she wants something to live for. Like, maybe if she was Mary, James would take care of her. Would love her. Would give her the things that she wants. It makes her distinctly different from the monsters. Even if she is a manifestation of the town. Is Maria a demon or something? No, not necessarily. Personally, I don't think that demons or gods are real. In the context of Silent Hill. I don't think they exist. But that's just a game theory. It's all psychic manifestations? Kind of, yeah. The first game is psychic powers. This game is a little more like there is a spiritual power under the town that manifests people's subconsciouses. This is. Yeah, we don't have a radio. Just the basic idea of finding out you're literally a manifestation of someone else's psyche is fucking terrifying. One of the things we're gonna learn in the course of this
puts down Vatican
scenario.
Branded Hail Bread you live, for now.
One of the things I think that we're going to learn during the course of this scenario is that Maria is a little more complicated than just being James's manifestation of Mary. And that's interesting. Is it ever implied the town's spiritual power is residual from the events with Alessa? I think that they are, but they also existed long before Alessa did. So there's always been a spiritual power of the town. The town's always been somewhat, I don't know if I want to say supernatural. But it was always seen as spiritual in some way. The events of Silent Hill 1 seem to have tainted that spiritual power into something else. So this is where most of the scenario takes place, inside this mansion. What a mansion. I don't know if it's on purpose, but these 3 light switches with like the gold box around them really remind me of this card puzzle in Silent Hill 1. Where you've got like a yellow card with 3 black rectangles on it, and you gotta put it in a door in the Midwich Elementary School. I don't know. I don't know if that's on purpose. It's kind of reminds me of that. It's a pretty clean looking house. Do not use. Don't you do it. That flue has not been cleaned in years. How do you pronounce that, Rex? Is that parquet or parquet? What a mansion. Got no reason to use the phone. Parquet? Okay. Parkour. Parkour. I hope this isn't James's blood. You were almost a Maria sandwich.
Is somebody there? Open up. Hello?
Stop it. You're disturbing me.
Thank God. I finally found somebody. Can you open the door?
No.
But why?
Is it really necessary for me to answer all your tedious questions?
Yes.
Oh, I didn't know that. I want to be alone.
These two are cheeky.
Other people just irritate me.
I just want to see another human face. Do you know what's happening in this town? There's no one here. Just monsters.
Yes, I know. But so what? It has nothing to do with me. No one here means there's no one to disturb me.
You want to be alone in this insane asylum?
Yes, exactly. But how can you say that it's this town that's insane? Perhaps it's we who are insane. Both of us. Hopelessly insane. Are you satisfied? Would you leave me alone?
Humanity is the virus.
My name is Maria. What's your name?
Hemingway?
Baldwin.
Ernest? I'll be back.
So I like Ernest. I think Ernest's great. She won't take the hint. Here's my favorite thing about this. Is that this sets up a really interesting and clear dynamic. That we're dealing with. Maria is a character who wants somebody else. She just needs to be around someone else right now. And Ernest is somebody who just wants to be alone. Simple, clear cut, a perfect conflict. Ernest sounds like he's scared stupid. Oh my goodness. For some reason, there's a ladder in the fireplace leading up. Miak. Miak. I feel like I need to rewatch Ernest Scared Stupid. There's a square depression in the center of the tombstone, and above that is a carefully carved epitaph. Along with you died joy. All that remains is despair and a future of meaningless tomorrows. But I will never give up. One, to see your beautiful smile again. One, to beg the blessings of the gods. I wait for that day. When the boards cover all sadness too will be covered. But until my dreams return to reality, I will have to swallow all the pain. There's a key embedded in the stone beneath the depression. We got this one. And this one. And this one. I think these are 4 wide. Shoot the key out. Oh my goodness. Shoot the glass. When the dark grail is found, I shall dedicate this thing. You who deny death, grant us fortune eternal. When the white breath is found, I shall dedicate this thing. O spirit of the mist, grant us fortune eternal. When the crimson words are found, I shall dedicate this thing. O you gods deep in slumber, grant us fortune eternal. You'll notice that a chalice, a bottle of white fluid, and a red book are objects we picked up in order to get the ritual ending. These were what we needed to resurrect Mary. Yeah, I think that's fine. And then maybe we'll put in This one? Maybe like this? Okay, and then we gotta cover that one, and that one. Maybe 90 degrees to the right? Nope, there's still one hole. Okay. Neat little puzzle. I know, right? The objective is cover up all the holes. Okay, lower left, second from the top left. "90 degrees to the left." There we go. Done and done. Alright, so now we've got the Arcadia key. I think we can use that upstairs. Gregory's House of Horror. Game with block animals? I don't think I'm familiar.
Ernest? Are you there? No. I guess not.
Wah, I missed most of stream. It's Lul 46. Bye.
Hi, Zithil. How are you? Thank you so much for 27 months. Welcome back to the Court of Hearts, Your Majesty. It's a game and a TV show? Interesting. I might be willing to give that a shot. Oh, the acacia key. That's a tree. Okay. Would y'all like one of the most fascinating lines of dialogue in this entire fucking game? This one told me a lot. I got a lot of information out of this. A doll is sitting on the chair. Now that I look closer, it's filthy. Whoever lived here must have really loved this thing. Stuffed animals are lined up. No, no, no. You were supposed to say the other thing. Did I skip through it? No, now I've got to load. I have to get that dialogue. It's too important not to. Dang it. How far back? Pretty far back. Don't worry, speedrun time. Speedrun mode. Dialogue. Gotta get the dialogue. text dialogue? You'll find out. We're going to get it. There's the plate right here. It's interesting that one of the first puzzles Maria does involves 3 items that are used in the ritual to bring Mary back to life. Given that Maria is supposed to be representative of James's memory of Mary, I feel like that's important. Toss is borked. It'll fix itself. It does that sometimes. There are multiple solutions for this one? I'm sure. There's at least 4 rotations that are all valid. Although the first one you put in has to be face up, so... maybe. Oh, I just noticed something. We started the game with 1 bullet in the revolver. That's a little dark.
Now I have to crawl into its greasy, disgusting innards to clean it and... oh god, I'm stuck. Stepchat, help, I'm stuck.
There is some noise downstairs. I will be right back. I gotta go check on that. Dang, there was like a wrestling match going on downstairs. Hello. Oh, okay. All right. I'm not going to mess it up this time. Nothing very interesting. Oh, is this a teddy bear? It's not very well made, but it's sort of cute anyway. I bet Laura would love it. She loves bears. Laura? Who am I talking about? I love that. I love that so much. It's pretty interesting. It's fascinating. 'Cause like, James doesn't... Hey.
I love you so much.
I love you too.
Would you like to see what happens to my pants?
What? Oh.
This happened when I got home.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I love you.
Love you too.
But I thought you would appreciate it. That's what happens when you're just so devoted to, like, your strength.
Uh-huh.
How it going?
Yeah, go relax.
I shall.
Oh. No worries, cats. It's like she's one person and she's awakening into being someone else, which has some weird implications. Here's what I think is happening. James doesn't learn Laura's name until he meets her with Eddie in the bowling alley. Which is after he meets Maria. So, how long is this? Probably about 2 hours. Maybe 3. So this is before James ever learns Laura's name. There's no way that he could do that. And if Maria is simply a manifestation from James's subconscious, there's no way that she would know it either. Unless she's also being affected by Laura's memories of Maria. Or of Mary. I think that Maria is made from James's memories of Mary, but also from Laura's memories of her. Maria's supposed to be a manifestation from Laura? Not entirely. I think it's both of them. We don't see anything that we consider to be a manifestation from Laura. But that doesn't mean that there couldn't be any.
Oh no, she fell out the window! Don't move her.
Gosh, that's weird. There's a part in the main game where she's super worried about Laura without knowing about her or even meeting her. Yes. And I think that's kind of fascinating. Oh, there's a candle here. She could have been a regular person stamped with his ideas of Mary. I don't think so. I do think she's manifested from the town. The same way that, like, Lisa is. Was Laura the sick one at the hospital, or were the sick people her parents? That's a good question. She seemed to know the nurses. So I'm guessing Lisa may have been the sick one at the hospital. I'm not sure with what, you know? Is this a birthday card? To my dearest daddy, happy birthday from Amy Baldwin. You got a birthday card and present.
Give it. To my daddy.
Okay. Hi, Stella. The silent hilling is pretty good. It's almost like this version of Mary is more akin to a tulpa, the idea of a person or thing from multiple people. I could see that, yeah. There's also the line of be nice to the sisters and adopting you, which means she is already in an orphanage. Oh, okay. That's a good point. Also, the Maria or Mary we fight at the end of this game looks like she's wearing a nun habit. So it's possible that the final boss of this game was also influenced by Laura's memories. Because James would have more strict memories of like the nurses, whereas Laura would have more of like the sisters, the nuns, right? And if the final boss is a memory of Mary, whether it's Maria or Mary herself, it would make sense that Laura's memories also affect that, given how strong her memories of Mary were, you know? Ah. Are we going to get to meet Ernest? Where did that outfit come from? Is the town habit forming? Jesus fucking Christ. Yeah? Sure is. I want none of that. There's a book here. It looks like a plant encyclopedia. Acacia. A genus of evergreen trees of the mimosa tribe of the pea family. Its tiny flowers are yellow or white and grow in clusters. Common varieties include the gum tree. The acacia tree is a potent symbol in many religions across the world. In Christianity, it represents eternal life and mortality. Morality. In ancient Egypt, it represented purity and rebirth, while in ancient Babylonia, it was thought of as the tree of the goddess Ishtar and was the symbol of life. Yes, Switch. Yes. Correct. It was also a holy tree to the ancient Jews who built the sacred Ark of the Covenant from it, and for whom it signified a peaceful death and a release from grief. Fog out there is really weird looking. Oh, right, I remember now. Fucking bugs! Great. Filthy cockroaches. Oh, I love the lighting and the shadows in this game. Did a little wiggle. Bullet Speed, thank you for the follow, my fur and whiskers. How are you? Okay, so now we're in the right, and then the okay. Yep, yep, yep. Yep. Okay, and then the staircase. All right. Any chance we might see Balatro? Maybe I'll check it out sometime. It seemed kind of cool. The ones in Africa create a home for ants and then enslave the ants by creating sap they consume that changes their ability to eat from other plants, resulting in them only being able to live on the tree's sap. That's wild. Huh. Hmm. That's a really weird thing for a plant to do. Erd tree shenanigans. Yeah, kinda. I could draw a parallel between that type of behavior and possibly Maria, although I don't know if I would be that unkind to her. I feel like Maria's more just lonely. I don't know if she wants people all to herself. I just think she just needs others. Yeah, nature's crazy. Feel really bad for her? Yeah, me too. Yeah, me too. Weirdly, the fact that you don't have a flashlight during this kind of makes the monsters a lot less aggressive. Is engineering like a biological thing? Yeah, sometimes. Sometimes it definitely is. Yeah, it's fucking cool. Here we are. Books on the desk. Nothing looks really interesting. Lost memories. I have the strongest trust, you may even call it faith, in the miracle called resurrection of the dead. Upon the hill where the light descended, the beast intoned his song with words of blood, drops of mist, and the vessel of night. The grave became an open field. Vessel of night, like an obsidian gauntlet, or a goblet, like an obsidian goblet. Drops of mist, like a white fluid, maybe. Words of blood, like a crimson, like a tome of crimson or something like that. The people wept in fear and joy at the reunion, but my faith in the salvation of Shukilpaba did not waver. Okay, so this is really obviously calling, making reference back to, the reunion ending of the game. Obviously. However, the word Shukilpaba is really interesting. There is a reference in Silent Hill 3 to a god named Shukilbara, which might just be a different spelling of this particular one. They could be related. It is also spoken of in the ancient legends. The original worshippers did not believe that death was the end, but that it was simply the path by which the deceased returned to nature. They also believed the process was reversible. Did Ernest write this? What could it mean? Blood red, mist white, night black.
Do you know a little girl named Amy?
Why do you ask me that?
This letter. To my dearest daddy. It's from a girl named Amy Baldwin. Your daddy?
It's a weird way to phrase that.
Where'd you find that?
Up in the attic.
Oh. What a fool. Now, when it's too late, I finally understand why. Why she was there. Why she was holding that empty envelope when she fell.
Ernest. Amy. She isn't... I'm sorry. I'm sorry I reminded you.
No need to apologize. You didn't remind me. I've never forgotten. Maria, some things we forget, and some things we can never forget. It's funny. I'm not sure which one is sadder. It's been 10 years, but I still...
Ernest, I'm sorry. I didn't know.
No, it's fine. Maria, that letter.
I'll leave it here.
Thanks. Maria? So you must be... That's why you could see me.
Huh?
So perhaps that means that I can hope for a miracle as well.
What do you mean?
What do you mean?
In the apartment next door, there's a bottle containing a white liquid. I don't know exactly where it is, but I know it's in there somewhere. I must have it.
You... want me to get it for you?
Please.
Why don't you just get it yourself?
If I could, believe me, I would. But
Oh, that ritual's popular, all right.
White?
I'll open the stairway door.
Ernest, do you really believe it will work?
She figured it out,
I don't
like,
know.
pretty quick.
Well, that's okay. I don't mind fighting for an impossible cause. Anyway, it beats just giving up and doing nothing.
Maria, thank you.
What ritual? The one from the Rebirth ending. Amy's present to her father Ernest, found with the birthday card. I think I'll leave this here. That's correct, Dragon. Yep. Is she talking to him or herself? I've got a theory or two. Could Shukilpaba be the original name of the Silent Hill town? I'm gonna guess probably not. That name itself derives from, I believe, I want to say Mayan. It might be Aztec. I will do my research. And I think Silent Hill is a little bit too far north. Amy Baldwin, she was loved too much by God. 7 years was not enough time. Dark Pyramid 1, thank you for the follow, my fur and whiskers. How are you? That epitaph's pretty rough. I have not played Control on stream. I don't know if I'm going to. I will find out. I have no idea what the rebirth ending means. The idea is that with this white fluid, with a goblet of obsidian, and with the crimson tome, you can resurrect the dead. That would be the ritual they're talking about. James tries to do it to resurrect Mary in the ritual ending. Keep out of haunted mansion. Also, I do like how this is attached to chrism, the white chrism, yeah. Type of consecrated oil used in religious rituals, like anointments. The one in this game is probably derived from White Claudia, which was used by the cult, as mentioned in Silent Hill 1, and derived, there was a drug called PTV that was derived from it. Not necessarily the case, but it just seems to be a kind of an implication. I guess just because they're both white. But it's not necessarily the case. All these bogos and guys. Ah. Surprised me. Aglophidus is also white. Aglophidus is red. That's the red fluid we wind up picking up in putting into the plastic container. It's a safe, but I don't know how to open it. And I do know where we could find the combination, but I don't think Maria's gonna do that. Disgusting. Could you imagine someone stupid enough to stick their hand in this thing? Ugh. Gross. I could see the apartment next door through the window. Who the heck would do that? You reckon James has been through here already? No. He is not. I got a couple of reasons for that. But I think no. That's the same note that's there in James's playthrough. Wonder if there was a groove in the toilet where his hand had been. Oh my goodness. Well, this is where the Pyramid Head fight takes place. The reason I don't think James has been through here is because, one, the safe is still closed. Where if you open it as James, it just remains open. The other one of which is there's a puzzle we're going to see a little bit later that's unsolved. And it is required to complete this area. So I do not think James has been here yet, although he might be in the apartment building next door right now. Given that all of these monsters are manifesting, I think it's pretty likely that he's nearby. Ah, this one. So none of the coins are inserted into this, which means James hasn't done this puzzle yet. And that's where we pick up the white liquid. It is not a cum bottle. Oh my god. No. You can explore an awful lot of that apartment. I can see a little rainbow dash in there. No! No, it's horrible. Oh my god. Consume the cum chalice. This is a threat. I'm threatened. A bottle of white jism. God damn it. It is not. It's chrism. It's different. Huh. Take my leaf and eat. Have a good eat. Y'all have a wonderful night. My goodness.
Thank you, Maria. That's the only item I couldn't get myself. By the time I found out about it, I could no longer leave this house. So long.
Yes, but will...
Maria, the gods are here. You know it too. You were born in this town.
Kinda.
I'm not sure God is the right word.
Do you believe in fate?
Not really.
That's fine then.
Ernest, can I open this?
This is a dead end. There's nothing beyond here.
I know. So,
What if I had said I believed in fate?
That James. He's a bad man.
James.
Hmm?
Yes. I know.
He's looking for the you that isn't you.
Because he's kind? Do you know something?
Yes. Maria, you're...
Anyway, that's just what you think. You don't really know anything. That's fine.
Okay.
That's just your theory. Your game theory. Oh. Is Ernest just the room? I guess he wouldn't be the first Silent Hill character to just be a room. He opened his present, though. Ernest seems to be an honest-to-God ghost. I mean, he might be a manifestation, but he's basically a ghost, too. Sure as hell wasn't James who conjured him. Correct. But I think I know who did. I could imagine this game going a little bit differently if Maria hung onto that gun. No. Oh shit, just like Persona 3. Baby, 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 baby.
James.
Sorry. Okay. So.
Mary? No, you're not.
Do I look like your girlfriend? My name is Maria.
So here's what I think. Here's what I think. I feel like this is a cute little what-if scenario. like a little what if scenario that's kind of cute. It's very fun. It's a little short, and that's fine. I like the environments in it. It's pretty cool. But the big question, I guess, is like, well, how does Maria know Laura? How does she seem to recognize James's name? And I think like those questions are understandable because I do think there's a little bit of, you know, Laura's influence. There's a little bit of James's memory of Mary in her. So she can sort of take some of those memories. That makes sense. But the big question here is, who is Ernest? And I think I have an answer to that, but I do believe it's a little bit open as a question. I do believe it's a little bit open to interpretation. He seems to know a lot about the cult rituals and stuff. That's kind of cool. I think he's a ghost. But here's an interesting thing. What if Ernest is Maria's pizza? Huh? No. Okay. All right, let me lay it out. Okay. I got this. Sounds absurd, but I like that theory. Yeah. I got it. Oh. He does seem to possibly be based on a real person, so I'm not 100% about that. That said, I think that's okay. I don't think it. I think they can be based on real people's. I think that he's a manifestation of Maria's. He is like, okay. So what James has manifested is Maria, his memories of Mary, all the things he wants from Mary. But she's also not that. She's everything he wants, but not in the way that he wants. It's very much a monkey's paw, right? She's a way for him to feed into his guilt about what he did to Mary, even though she's everything that he wanted Mary to be, kind of. But it's wrong, right? The same with Eddie's pizza. It's delicious, but it's also unhealthy. It's a thing that Eddie can do instead of being productive or facing his, like, the things that he did. He can just sit there and eat and feel worse. Even if the pizza itself is tasty. And Ernest is very much like that for Maria. She wants somebody else there, and Ernest is somebody else there, but not somebody who's available. Somebody who doesn't want anybody else around, and he's a way for her to continue hurting herself. To continue feeling lonely even if there is somebody else around. Ernest is Maria's pizza. Does that make sense? I don't know. I think there's a little bit of that. This is a cute little scenario. I think this is a fun little side thing, you know? What are you talking about? Yeah, that's fair. So, in Silent Hill 2, we can see that this game is very much interested in the idea that these people entering this town are influencing the town's spiritual power to take the form of things that allow them to spiral deeper and deeper into their own problems. For Maria, it's loneliness. For James, it's his guilt. For Angela, it's her guilt and her fear. For Eddie, it's his persecution. Seb Blue, thank you so much for the follow me, Furred Whiskers. The town is shaping reality in order to make it easier for these people to sink deeper and deeper into that darkness that exists inside them, into their worst impulses. And that's what this game, that's one of the things that makes this game so interesting, is the way that happens. But it's so frustrating that every single game after this one is also interested in doing that too. That every single game after 4 is so interested in guilt and trauma, that it eschews all explanations for why reality is shaping itself that way, and simply says, Ghost Town punishes people for their sins. And it's frustrating, because Silent Hill 2 might be the best game in the series. It might be one of the best games ever made, but it is the worst thing to happen to the Silent Hill series. And that's such a struggle. Silent Hill 2 is my pizza, is what I'm trying to say. I love this game. I love playing this game. It's everything I want out of a game. I'm so sick of people liking this game. Silent Hill 2 causes people to make the worst Silent Hill games.
It's always terrible when the wrong lessons are learned from what makes a particular game work.
Yes, absolutely. Yes. It's exactly the same as right after Halo 2 came out. Every first-person shooter added dual wielding.
On my pizza?
Every shooter game added dual wielding with 2 weapons and regenerating health. After Halo 2's success, every shooter was doing it. It's so frustrating. Silent Hill 2 is a bit of a monkey's paw game, yes. Anyway, that's all I have to say about Silent Hill 2, I guess. This game's fantastic. Please go and play it. It's wonderful. Don't play the remake. Please do not buy the remake.
Silent Hill 2. Finish the fight.
Is the fight been finished yet? Do go and play Silent Hill 2 on the PC. The enhanced port is very good. I would play it in 4x3. I made the mistake of playing it in 16:9 for this playthrough. It's a little bit better in 4x3. Keep the letterboxing on for sure. The way it's meant to be viewed. I guess next time, when we start talking about Silent Hill 3, we'll talk about how...
Silent Hill 2, Super Citizen Edition.
We'll talk about how in Silent Hill 3, the town's spiritual power doesn't have any bearing on the plot whatsoever, because that only exists in Silent Hill 2. And in Silent Hill 3, instead, we see a nightmare being shaped by the power of faith. By somebody who knows what they're doing, which is the first time we wind up seeing that in the series. And it's fascinating. In Silent Hill 1, the nightmare is an accident escaping a little girl's head using her psychic powers. In Silent Hill 2, the town's spiritual power is reaching into people's heads and pulling out manifestations of their nightmares. In Silent Hill 3, somebody is doing it on purpose. And it's wild. So please look forward to that. This series is so fucking good. It's so good. I hope that y'all have enjoyed it so far.